Welcome. A little late today, but I had a late dinner, so that's why. Welcome. Everyone's here? Nice. Let's do some sound design today. I've been working on some tunes, and I'm currently working on a track that I need to do some sound design for. So, no food coma. No, it's fine. I'm just a bit stuffed. Oh, that would be great, Medic. That would be great. Yeah, I've just been working on some stuff, basically, and just taking it easy lately, actually, from all the social media stuff. Like some some people in the Discord today were like, "Hey, where's Art? I haven't seen him in a while." Well, I'm just taking things a bit easy, taking some time off from the internet and stuff like that. There's too much negativity going around, and I can't be bothered with it anymore. And I don't think I'm the only one when I say that. So yeah, I've just been just messing about with music, chilling. Screw the internet. Yeah, it's some stuff yeah, sometimes I just can't be bothered. hmm Yeah, I think we all share that same feeling right now. Understandably so as well. So, anyways, I got myself a nice pot of tea, so we're good to go. I bought a DJI drone so I can fly it and disconnect from the computer during the weekends. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Just going outside and just flying that thing around in some cool places. Yeah. I know a mate of mine who does that as well, and he just goes to like these basically like abandoned factories and shit and just flies his drone through it. Which, I sometimes see some videos and it's pretty cool. Actually, no, we're on some Earl Grey tonight. Cool. So let's see. I think for what I'm working on, I really need some vibes. I've been working on some sounds that could work for like a drop or something, but I have nothing to put in front of it in terms of like intro stuff, so might as well make some cool vibe. And I think we might need to make some like, I don't know, like some cool ARP thing or something. But I guess we'll mess about first. Let's see. What I'm working on is in the key of D. Mm, let's see. Let's just make an ARP. Why not? My mind just thinks that some kind of ARP thing would be cool in that tune, so might as well just make something. Then we'll see if we can figure out some cool chords or something. Make it a little bit more usable. Let's do that. Wondering what would be nice. Kind of cool, but let's see. Kind of like that. What if we add a little bit more? And let's move that around. So let's do 3. We're just gonna move that around a little bit. Yeah, we can play with maybe. So we have this thing. For some reason, I like that G sharp. Not there. Let's see. How would we? I kind of like some lower thing in there as well, but let's see. We could maybe do that with the sub. Put that on -1. And then pick something here to run it through. Let's see. That basically does nothing. Like I was playing something with the strings earlier, and let's see. Let's add a little bit of reverb to it, just for good measure. And that one is probably going to be quiet, so let me just increase the level a little bit. So let's see. I know that I already have a couple of sounds in that intro of the track. By the way, let me fill up my tea. I know that I already had a couple of sounds in there, and it starts with just a little sound in the key of D. But in my mind, I kind of hear like some kind of a, I don't know, like a bit of a weird but kind of epic progression or something. I don't know. So just have like a drone in D. Oh, you heard the you heard the T. And then I really like, if we're in the key of D, I guess D minor, I really like using that note, which is a G sharp, which kind of doesn't make sense in the key of D minor, but it sounds really cool. It adds a really interesting tension. I guess it's kind of borrowed from the harmonic minor in A, which makes sense because A is kind of close to D, right? It's a fifth up. But what could we do with that? Because that's something I had in my mind for a while now. We can go to maybe... Let's see, so we have D minor. Really nice one would be moving towards either G or moving to A sharp. That would be pretty obvious. Like going there or going there. But I would like using a G sharp in there because I think that could be pretty cool. Either harmonic or melodic minor, so two directions from there. One could be F sharp. Wait, F sharp. Well, I know that one other cool one would be going from, let's see. Let's see. Let's say we have a D below here. A would be the fifth. What if we... But let's forget the D below there for a moment. Let's just mess about for a bit. Almost forgot my T. Don't want to be that strong. Let's go. Harmonic minor. Well, harmonic minor is really simple, actually. Well, I've been actually looking up a lot of like things with music theory lately again. Might be good to pull up piano. It's a little bit easier to play with. Let's just chuck a bit of reverb on you. I've been learning a couple of things with music theory that I never understood, but now I kinda do. Sorta, you know? Oh yeah, that's gonna be quiet, of course, I think. Oh, it's not that bad. Thought it was gonna be quiet, but it's alright. So, I've been learning some stuff about, well, one thing I never understood, but now I kinda know how it works, is, what were they called again? I learned about this a couple of weeks ago. Like I watched quite a bit of videos on like film music and stuff like that, and and especially on like the whole production part of it. And I had heard this term so many times, and I was like, I don't know what it is, but it sounds cool. And now I was like, let me look into it. I forgot the name though. What was it again? Oh yeah, tritone substitutions. I never understood them. I was like, what the fuck are these things? And one day I just was like, I need to look into this because every time I hear people use it, I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. But then I never understand what it is. It's actually really simple. Oh, of course, yeah. No, it's actually really simple. I now I don't know why I never understood it. It's basically when you take a chord, let's say, if we're in the key of D, right? Then the dominant chord would be, I guess, an A major. That chord, right? That leads us back into there. But you can substitute that chord for anything that is a tritone, for like a chord that is a tritone away, which makes it a chord that is not in the scale. Now I have to think. Tritone away from A would be D sharp, right? So then I guess you can substitute it for a D sharp major, maybe, which would be that, and that leads into there as well. So even though it's a chord that is outside of the scale, it still leads back into the same sort of like place. Because of how to teach it, it's basically going down one semitone. Yeah, exactly. Like if we're in the key of D, then the dominant chord would be A major, and then going to, I guess that, what is it? But you can use it for any chord actually. It doesn't necessarily have to be the dominant 5 chord. You can do it for a lot of things. Let's say you're in the key of D minor and we're playing, I don't know, let's say we're on the 4. So that would be G minor. What if we want to substitute that with a tritone? You can do that as well. Like, it's actually, I'm still sort of like, sort of like figuring it all out, but I know that it sounds pretty cool. And I guess some will work better than others, but let's see. Let's go back to what we were doing, because I wasn't necessarily thinking of actually using that today, but try this and please explain this because I've made it by a happy accident and I'm not figuring it out. What are you talking about? F major, D major, A major in the key of A minor. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm sorry. Not sure I can help you with that one. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to actually sit down and analyze it. It's not like I'm when I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's that. No, I don't. I'm sorry. Not that great with music theory. Ooh, that. Yeah, jazz is awesome. But also, like in the key of D minor. Like if we're in the key of D minor, so let's just there. I also love using an F minor in there, which like that change also sounds really cool. That also uses that G sharp. Um, that F sharp or F minor actually does lead really nicely back into D. Mm. Interesting. This is just one by Spitfire called Intimate Strings. It's actually really affordable. I believe it's like what, like $10 or something, or is it even less? It's not a contact thing actually. Spitfire Originals Intimate Strings. Oh, it's 29. My bad. I thought it was cheaper. It sounds cool. It sounds good though. They have a couple of ones in this library, the original series. I have a couple of more of these plugins. There's also Epic Strings. Is this one? Not sure. Yeah, it's just bigger sounding. Makes sense, because the other one is like intimate. And then I also have the this one, which is basically a piano, but this is kind of like the Spitfire Labs. What is it called again? Cinematic Soft Piano or something? That Spitfire Labs piano. It's kind of like that one, but then an updated version of it. So and it's a really nice piano actually. I really like this one. It's very soft, yeah. It's very soft, but it's good for like cinematic stuff actually. And like these are pretty affordable still, like in terms of libraries. They're not that expensive, so if you need like some good sort of like piano, then I guess that's a pretty good one. Like if you have the Spitfire Labs one, that one is very similar. But I feel like in the Spitfire Labs, this is something that I remember having. There's a couple of notes in there that will have like a very I don't know, some kind of texture in it. And because every note is just playing the same thing, the same sample, you hear that texture coming through on every sort of like note, that every time you play that note. And I feel like in the originals one, they kind of fixed that. They kind of removed it. Sure where that Spitfire Labs piano is. Can we just search piano? Intimate Grand? No. The soft piano, that one. I almost never use labs anymore these days. It's more closed as well. It I don't know, it feels like they process it a little bit different as well. I actually like the sound of the other one more. Anyways. I feel like that one will sound really good after this one as well. Yeah. Yo, Sigbum, thanks for the €2. Why is there no donation message popping up? Is Streamlabs bugged again? I don't know why Streamlabs keeps doing that. Every once in a while it'll just turn shit off for no reason. I have to log back in and then turn them back on. Yeah. Now I don't think I. Yeah, I have seen the message of the boss. Alert box. Should be turned on. Odd. Don't know why. Bot is turned on, right? Yeah, bot is turned on. Okay, cool. Well, I guess I don't know why the alerts are bugged. But thanks for the €2 anyway. You had another one from Spitfire? I mean, yeah, I have a ton of them, their contact libraries, which are great too. I guess that leads, well, into D. And check that. If you just put a... I haven't used the libraries in a bit. They completely jacked up their VST plugin. The Labs one, you mean? I know that they changed the interface a while ago, and I honestly haven't really used it much since. Like, some of the sounds are good, but yeah, Labs, yeah, exactly. I kind of prefer the old layout as well. Of course, now the bot suddenly starts posting a whole bunch of messages in chat. But which one? A space one? A space one? I mean, I have a bunch of Spitfire libraries, but I wouldn't know of a space one. Anyways, let me just bring in a couple of. Well, I had one sound for the intro of that track. Let's see. Maybe if I bring that one in here, we can get something. So I found a sound in Omnisphere, and I was like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. I think I made a little bass thing as well to go with it. I think it was that, yeah. Move these out of the way. So I found this sound. Which I kind of like the sound of. A weird buzzy thing happening on top though that I didn't hear on my speakers. Somewhere in this area. Now it's gone. This needs something on top. And that just continues, blah 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 blah. And then here I was messing with like some chains happening. And I guess here we can go into like a build up or something. So this was, I believe this is G. Yeah, G to A sharp then. Okay. But if we put an E there instead. Okay, that sounds weird. No, not that one. This one. I do for some reason like this part now. I just think the sound of this one can be better. Like that arp has quite a bit of tension actually. That's quite nice. So this, I'm not sure why, but this goes down from A sharp to A. That would go to the 5 chord. We also have this major here, this major third, so it kind of makes sense. But then putting a G sharp in there sounds kind of cool. I guess because we have this here. So this rises up with a semitone, while this goes down with a semitone. Kind of creates a bit of an interesting thing. So, what if we mess about with this for a moment and see what chords would be able to go underneath there? Maybe we can then use that in the intro. I do think that the sound of the arp can be better though. Like it's fine when it opens up, but I don't like what it sounds like on the lower sections or when the filter is closed. But let's see. So this I guess would just be probably D. That's gonna go underneath it. Holy shit, it's slow. Oh wait, did you send in another one? No, that's the same one. Holy shit, it's fucking slow. Oh my god. Don't know what's going on there, but thanks again anyways. It's like what? 10 minutes? Right, so that works, but what if we... Kinda almost feel like... go back in there. So what if that happens here? That sounds kind of cool. Let's... What is this now? D minor. Going to an A sharp minor. Yeah. That is a G minor. And then we get... What is that? Like an E major, but with the C sharp in there as well. That also works well. So that would be this. That also works pretty well, which makes it... Because a diminished chord? Yeah. Yeah, it could be exactly. It could be something like that. Yeah, yeah. True. You're right. It's like a C sharp minor 7. Sounds kind of cool as well. Like both kind of work. With that one, we're kind of going to an E diminished, I guess. Well, theoretically, it could be any of those notes. Like, with diminished chords, especially diminished 7 chords, like, any of these notes can technically be the root. Because if we stack this... See? We're just creating a stack of diminished notes. Of minor thirds. So, any of these notes could technically be the root. Doesn't really matter. Like, we can say C sharp is the root, we can say, what, G is the root. Any of those could be the root note of this particular chord, because it's all just the same intervals away from each other. So that kind of sounds pretty cool. But then we also have this one. That kind of, I don't know, sounds even more dramatic. Well, I guess we'll stick with that. So now I wonder, what if we just have a D note underneath this? What happens? Probably doesn't work because of this note. Yeah. But if this would be major, then it does work. But part of me also kind of likes the move down there. That's a nice progression, actually. Would I be able to make that work in here? Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of doing something where the bass notes don't follow the chords necessarily. in the start, which is also why I'm kind of struggling with making this one work. Anyways, let's keep this progression, because this progression is kind of nice. Some kind of a... Let's see. Guess that one will work. Have I been skating lately? No. Well, especially not now, because it's winter. So we've actually... I'm glad the cold weather is gone. Like we had like at the worst of it. Last week we talked about this on stream as well. Like there was a shit ton of snow out here. At the worst of it, I had like almost 30 centimeters of snow in my backyard, which is pretty crazy for the Netherlands. Like I was like, what? Where did that come from? And now it's back to just like 10 degrees, something like that. But I saw today when I was eating dinner that we're gonna get cold again. So, but honestly, I don't really skate all that much anymore. Like my knee is fine.
Chris Taras donated 5 euro. That piano part really reminds me of The Witcher cool.
Thanks for the donations today, guys. The donations have been on fire today. Thanks a lot. So yeah, sometimes during the summer, I will grab my board and just go to a skate park and just ride around a bit. But I don't really skate all that much anymore. Like every time I do go out though during the summer, I'll grab my board and go to like we have a pretty decent skate park somewhere out here. There's actually a couple, but there's one pretty close to me that I would go to. Every time I step on my board, it still feels like I have, well, I haven't forgotten anything. Sure, I'm rusty and I won't be able to do like crazy shit anymore, but like I'll hop on my board and I'll do an ollie and I can literally ollie basically still like above my knee height. So I'm like, that's pretty decent. I'll do a manual and it's like, oh, well, my balance is still there. I'll do a heel flip and usually land it like first or second try, and I'm like, okay, so that's still there. Even if I don't skate for like more than a year and then hop on my board, I'll still have it. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to fuck my knee up, you know? And it will probably always be a weaker point, you know? So that it is what it is. It does feel good though when I hop back on the board. It does always feel good. I've actually gained weight as well. Like for me, it's actually a good thing though. Like I always used to be really low on my body weight. So for me, and I always had issues gaining weight. So for me, it's actually good that I've gained some weight. But I've gained like 10 kilograms as well. So, but like that's probably a good thing. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's see. I heard a gear sound foley in the intro. A ticking clock could also be boring. Um,
Tick
damn, my right ear like that. Yeah, I really like this chord progression that we have here, but I think we might as well just work with that because that sounds pretty cool. This sound is doesn't work, so but I kind of would like to have something like that just continuing through it, but that's not gonna work because we have this note here. But I guess we might have to move away from that because it just kind of doesn't work too well. I kind of like this more, this change. Let me think. Let me think. Let's do some more sound design. Because we have some pretty cool ideas for chords and stuff. It's just that I probably don't want to play the entire chord. I just want to hint at it. And then it might actually work with just a long D note underneath everything. So let's see. Let's make some kind of a drone that just stays on the key of D for a good bit. If this is the length of the intro, then maybe that would be the length of the drone that we're gonna make. Now for drones, I actually do like a contact library, or a couple of libraries actually. These Spitfire libraries, they have these steam band sort of like categories, usually in the Albion ones. They'll have like this Stephenson steam band, and I believe that the other ones have that as well. Yeah, the other ones have that as well. And some of those actually have some pretty cool sounds for making drones. So if we just grab maybe the dev kit. And they'll basically just come with these like libraries of like sound sources in here. So we can just grab something. And then if let's just mute that one so we can hear what that one sounds like. And then if we play that, we just get stuff like this. And then this morphs from one layer into the other. So you can, if we turn that back on, you get that, and you can turn oscillate on and then change the time, and it will sort of like start moving. I'm pretty sure that the person who made these is Dutch. Gewoon sikkelsterretje. That sounds very Dutch. Grote wildmuts. What the fuck are these names? They're basically Dutch words, but not that it really makes much sense. Because none of these, I guess, gewoon veenmos. Fuck. But not all of them, because some of them are then, like that is more English. Weird as fucking names. Pluisjesmos. The old whatever works naming convention, yeah, I guess. Also, let me grab another tea. Come on, snap. Why are you not snapping to the grid? This thing always lags. I feel like it's because of the analyzer, but it is what it is. I love using spec ops on like sounds like this to kind of mess with the sound before it runs into the reverb, and you get like some pretty cool sort of like atmospheric kind of patches. And maybe we'll group this. Chuck this on the group. And then let's just... well, now let's just duplicate this one. Let's change these up a little. Let's just pick some other random ones. Oh yeah, we probably want to mess with this as well. Let's just increase the length of these. Oh. What were these chords doing again? Right, so that kind of goes there. So, I think this one, I think I'm just gonna resample that long note. Yeah, well, I'm not sure where that's coming from. It's coming from this, probably. Yeah. Spec Ops is really interesting to like change up a sound into something different. That's also kind of cool. Yeah, Spec-Ops is a go-to tool. There's this one other plugin, the older one by what was the name again? Barrel, I believe, called Data Block Effects, that does very similar stuff, but it's old and it's buggy as hell. Spec-Ops is a little bit newer and a little bit easier to work with. But yeah, it's a really interesting way of messing with sound in like a spectral way. And it can just change the sound, especially when I'm making atmosphere. I absolutely abuse this. I'll take like, you know, like some strings or like some other like orchestral sound or something, and just smack Spec-Ops on it, start messing with the knobs until I get like something, some kind of interesting tone. And a lot of times it'll be really nice for atmosphere. Like a lot of the let's see, a lot of the in the last Patreon pack, well, not the last one because I actually dropped a Patreon pack today. I still need to do the post in the Discord, but I dropped a pack with risers, 16-bar riser samples. But like the one I did with the atmospheres, like a lot of these. These sort of like atmosphere samples that I made. Like those were all using Spec-Ops as well. Like basically just taking like synths and like other sort of like long atmospheric sounds from like contact libraries, or like just basically just like I guess just like orchestral type sounds, and then running them through Spec-Ops and Reverb to get like all these really cool atmosphere kind of tones. A lot of them also utilize that same kind of stuff. So it's a really nice tool for that. Like right now, we're just changing this up, but like, what does it sound like without Spec Ops? It's actually not too bad. Like, the only thing is that I feel like the plugin lags a lot because of this window that's just updating the entire time. I feel like that makes it lag a little bit more. But like, we're at what, 13%, 14% CPU, and without it, we're at 10, 11. So it's not that big of a deal actually. Yeah, definitely well worth the money. And it also works as a pretty good pitch shifter as well. Like if you shift it up here, for instance. And it really matters as well, like what your FFT size is and the window that you use. That changes a lot. Deep dark rumble sound. And this spectral compender thing is actually pretty helpful too, because it can make things really fucking loud. Maybe I'll grab a drink as well in just a bit. The stretch thing is kind of like it does change the pitch of the sound. So but I feel like if you stick to values of 0, 50 or 100, it stays in tune. So if we go to like 50 here, it's still gonna play to like the same note. And same with minus 50. It's also really interesting what the FFT size can do. Like, on certain FFT sizes with this patch particular, it still sounds like there's like a string layer, but then on other FFT sizes, it kind of just starts sounding a lot more like a weird atmosphere, and you kind of lose a lot of the string sound. It almost sounds like it's getting lower as well. So you like on like, if we make it like 512 for instance, you can clearly still hear the higher string layer. Might also be a little quiet, but let me crank it up for you guys. Right, you can kind of still hear like, sort of like almost like a high string layer in there. But then when we go to like something like this, it gets like really rumbly. You can still hear a bit of a string sound in it. Can also be nice to just like grab a spec ops and just go through some of these presets. I just wish this didn't lag. Best thing is probably just to pick one. Because yeah, oh yeah, I forgot, there's also a whole modulation system in here. So you can modulate all these things. Like for making atmosphere, this is really cool. As long as you just chuck it in front of a reverb, you'll get some big atmosphere out of it. Or just stack a couple of ones. Okay, that doesn't work too well with this one. Yo, Angelight. Latest. You back to a regular sleep schedule, huh? I actually was back to a good sleep schedule, or a regular sleep schedule, but then within a couple of days it was fucked again. So I think I'm just destined to be nocturnal. I didn't even try to screw it up. It just screwed itself up again within a couple of days, so... I'm just like, okay, well, I guess that's it then. Jesus Christ. That's the one thing that you want to be careful with. Let me drop a limit on the master. I'm sorry. Every day 5 o'clock. More like go to bed at 5 o'clock every day. That's more like it. Also, I need to piss, so... Let me go pee. And, I'll just, put this, stream intro music back on for a moment. Let me go pee and, grab myself a whiskey glass downstairs. Now I want a drink as well. One moment, I'll be back in just a little bit. we're back. Cool. Let me just resample this sound. But then I guess without the second. So if we do bounce group in place. Is there anything you still struggle with production-wise? I would say the biggest issue or struggle I have when I'm producing is not necessarily I would say like it's in the area of bass, but not necessarily with the sound design, but more as to with let's say I'll have like a nice little thing or start, could be an intro, could be a nice set of drums, something basically to start off with, and then getting like a bass thing for that I like with what I already have. That's sort of like the area where I struggle with the most. Not necessarily the sound design of the bass itself, because I can make cool basses, that's just no issue at all. But then making one that actually fits what I already have, I guess that's the biggest struggle most of the time. Usually when I'll start doing that, then I'll most of the time get like a whole bunch of stuff that on its own is a cool sound or a cool thing, but doesn't really work with what I already have. And then after like a couple of different things, I might land on something that does work, but the ones in front of it that I made in front of it are also good sounds. It's just that they don't really fit with the thing that I might be working on, if that makes sense. That's usually the area where I'll struggle the most. Like today, we're just doing some sound design. We're just making a bunch of cool sounds. Cool. What should we make next? We should make some more sounds because I don't think we're gonna make much of a tune today. I just wanna do some more cool sounds. Let's open up a serum. Feel like making a couple more of these sounds because I usually like those quite a lot. Could we? Ooh, I haven't tried this in a long time. Let's see. Let's see if I can make this into a cool sound. If a total beginner just starting out with music was wondering what would your advice be on what to focus on? Just make stuff, you know? Like I feel when you're starting out, it's not necessarily the biggest issues, to be honest, that you'll struggle with. It's just you're just having fun. Because and it's usually when you get to a point where you actually know a lot more that things will get harder. Like when you're just starting out, you don't know shit. You're just messing about and it's all fun and game, right? But then when you get to the point where you're actually like, okay, now I know some shit, then it's usually when the issues will start to arise. I feel like, at least. Actually, never messed with this filter. Makes a pretty cool acid sound with this. What are we? We're doing some sound design, Greedo, and welcome. What the hell? Love the sound of that. Let's move out here for a bit. I guess I would maybe add another filter after the distortion here or something. So we can It's actually really low, but it kind of sounds cool. I don't like it when we bring up the cutoff here. It just starts sounding... It kind of loses that sound. Around there. Let's see what happens if we do the other way around. What the hell? It can go from like bringing it up from here kind of changes the, I guess the, almost like the formant. It's kind of interesting. And I guess changing the phase is gonna do a lot. Oh, not even. It did more without the FM. definitely this one sounds the best. It does as an energetic sound, yeah. Oh, wait. Now we suddenly changed the pitch. Okay, interesting. That was what I was going for, but let's see what else we have here. Ooh, what if we had a Foreman filter? Jesus Christ. What else do we have? Actually, I like that one. Oh. Let's just leave it at that. That's a cool sound. What should we make next? Should we make some more sounds? What can we make? Oh wait, I actually have an idea of something I want to try with this one. Let's duplicate it so that we don't lose the original. Another thing that I sometimes like to do, I guess we can't do it because we are using the FM on both here. We can try it on one of them. So if we set this to sync, and then we create an envelope with a bit of an attack, and we chuck that on the sync, so we do that. Like that will make it go from just a regular, from that into, and then we have to tweak this. But if we then move it really low, it almost becomes like a little pitch bend at the start. And by changing the warp window here, you can get some... That's so like really, it's almost a really grainy kind of texture. What happens if we use that in a patch like this? Yeah, see, it changes it up a lot. Let's try that with this one as well, see what happens. Okay, kind of messes it up a lot, but... Okay. Original was better. Late is it? 12:31. Yeah, what should we make more? What should we make? Some more sounds. Let's see. We'll make some drums. The break is actually really good. That break can be really good for like a drum section for like the end of a phrase or something. Has a really resonant snare, which is kind of cool. Just wish we had. Just wish there was like a different kick in there, but there's not. Like there's that one, but let me just grab another kick real quick. Jesus Christ, that one is nasty. It says it in the name as well, but like that doesn't work because it pitches that up, but I wouldn't probably use that anyway. Probably just find like some other snare layer, and maybe these. Let's just start adding stuff to this break. I kind of want to see what happens. Okay, that sounds like shit. Right, different distortion. Completely messed up. I guess this one will just sound best if the sustain is up. You get like a really big, so like break. Yo, Prime Minister. It's kind of a sick break, actually. No, it's not an addictive drums break. It's actually just from what is that? A Loopmasters pack, I think. JBK. That's the original Jungle Breaks 2, I guess. But this break just sounds absolutely massive. Like, this break actually works better with the sustain just longer. I almost would want to add sustain. Oh, let's try doing this. Let's see what happens if we add this in the mix. Doesn't really do much on this one. Definitely gonna save that break because it works really well. Like, we could make stuff like that with addictive drums as well. Not that big of a deal, actually. Just have to find like a resonant sort of like snare. Installed Reason 3 and uses a Reason Rack plugin because I have many refill from. Oh yeah, I mean, I use Ableton and I use RX2 files all the time, and I don't use Reason at all. Like, Ableton loads RX2 files as well. Actually, I actually prefer using RX2 files because, you know, it just makes chopping up the break so much easier. I believe this one was an RX2 file as well. Yeah. So the break should still be open, yeah. That one. But that's just an RX2 file as well. So yeah, it's basically a Rex file. It's basically a Rex file. It's basically used for drums most of the time, and it will basically implement things like the tempo data and the transient data into the actual drum file, or into the sample file. Yeah, okay, RFL format. Yeah, exactly. That's something different. Of course, you need Reason for that. But the RX2 files itself you can just use in Ableton. It's actually pretty helpful. Like if you because it'll basically just have all the transient information in there. So as long as the break, of course, has been set up properly. Like there are RX2 files out there where, you know, the transient markers are off. They're just not in the right place, or they didn't add all of them. Probably because you get the best. I've used Recycle back in the days to do this as well. And you get the best results in Recycle if you just manually add all the markers in. But there's also a lot of like hacks floating around on the internet where people have just taken breaks, ran them through the automatic sort of like transient detection thing in Recycle, and just saved them as RX2 files, and then you get issues sometimes because, you know, just as like with Ableton, if you take a WAV file, a drum break that is a WAV file in Ableton, sure, let's grab an Amen break, and we dropped it in here. Ableton is gonna sort of like detect it as well, right? But it's not always correct. Like we can see these markers here. That one seems to be a little early because I from the looks of it, this break has already been quantized, so it's like a little early. It would want to be here, but it's fine. Here it's sort of like all right. Here it's all right. Here it's maybe a little early. See, it's a little early maybe, but it's close enough. Here it's all still pretty good. But then here, there's another hit, and it completely misses it because Ableton is just like, what, that's one hit. But there's actually another drum hit there. It's probably a double kick, right? So it completely misses it. And then the next one here, see, it's right, it's like a couple of milliseconds before the transient. Here it misses one completely. And that same thing happens in Recycle as well. If you do like the automatic sort of like transient detection. So sometimes you'll find like packs with like RX2 files in them, and they're basically not correct. But if you find like good ones, then they'll have like all the markers in there, and it makes chopping up a break so much easier because you don't have to go in here and manually add like the markers and stuff like that and then slice it to MIDI. You can just grab the files itself. I have a whole folder dedicated to like drums in Rex format because it just makes things so much easier. Like as well, like I actually have like a whole folder as well with like sampled breaks that are all sort of like in Rex format as well. And with these, there's a couple that might be off actually, that don't have the markers in the correct spot. But like, sure, let's do that. So of course that one is not in the Wave folder. I have the same breaks in Wave and RX2, but it makes it quite easy. Let me see. Let's just do this one. If I search for that, yeah, okay. So we have the Wave version, and Ableton will try and do its best to sort of like find the markers. And you can see the tempo is kind of off as well, but that might just be the case for the Rex file too, I don't know. And then we have the Rex version, which looks completely different actually when we look at the waveform. Okay, so it already detects the tempo different as well. See, it's like, it's a quicker break. This seems more accurate because I think that might be sort of like the beat, and this is more like an offbeat. This is 16th notes, whereas this one with the wave file, it just thinks like that's 8 notes, but it's probably not. But here you have to, go through and manually adjust all these markers because a lot of them are not going to be in the right spot, especially for like when things like this are happening, right? The transient is happening here, but Ableton thinks it's right here. Same with this one. There's like the transient is happening here. It's a very quiet hit, but Ableton thinks it's sort of like halfway into the break. Whereas with this file, which is the Rex file, we're probably going to see that they're all in the right spot. as they are. The brake is still out of time a bit, but that's something you can fix. See, like this hit right here, it's perfectly in the right spot. So now I can just immediately just go right click, slice the MIDI, bam, and there you go. No need to adjust any markers or anything. Yeah, most transient detections will have the same kind of thing, same kind of issue. It's just the nature of how it works, right? It looks for a zero crossing. That's what it's doing. And we'll probably see if we go into this one here and find one of those hits where it's off, like right here. You can see that the place where it thinks the marker is right where there's a zero crossing. See? Where both the left and the right channel, well, no, the right channel is actually off. It's not on a zero crossing, but the left channel is. So it's kind of looking for a spot where both channels are as close to zero as possible. And that's where it puts the marker. We could probably find a similar spot here. So I don't know why it would necessarily put it here, but like if we go here, that's about a zero crossing there. And it's actually in there as well, so I would argue that this one is even closer. But, you know, the detection is just trying to find the spot that it thinks is the right place. And it's always going to be slightly off. That's why manually adding these markers in is always the best way to do it. But it's also the most time consuming, so if you have a shitload of breaks that you want to convert to Rex files, then yeah, good luck. But that's why it's nice to have a whole folder with like sample breaks and just other breaks in that format. Like, I'm not sure if it still happens these days, but back in the day with sample packs, a lot of times if it would contain drums, and even other sounds as well, they would always include the Rex files as well, and most of the time with like paid sample packs, like sample packs that were actually sold, the markers would be in the right spot, so I've always kept those because it's just, especially in Ableton, like with drums, it makes it so much easier to slice something up. Like I can just do right click, slice the new MIDI track, boom, and it'll drop it all in a drum rack with all the separate hits there, and they're all gonna be in the right spot. And I can just start arranging the pattern right away, you know? Whereas with a file like this, if we do slice it to MIDI, there's always going to be loads of issues, and you have to go through and manually adjust them one by one, which is just annoying as shit. And sometimes that will be right, but yeah, I still prefer having Rex files for that though. Doesn't always work though. Yeah, I did use Reason at some point, so I know what you're talking about. Fuck, I forgot the name of that thing. What was it? Octo-Rex sampler or something? I don't know. Something with Octo in it, I believe. I remember messing around with what was it, Maelstrom and the scream distortion. That distortion is still really good, like, and tons of shit like that. Like I've been a Reason user back in the day as well, but Dr. Octo, that's what it was called. Yeah, I believe. Nice break though. I really like this break. I'm kind of getting a bit tired right now though, so I think I might call it quits for tonight. It's 1 a.m., so it is what it is. Unless anybody has any questions or something right now. With his green interface, you mean Maelstrom? What was it? Was that dubstep bass sound Square 4 or something? That's all coming from Maelstrom. I believe that it was one of the wavetables in there, right? It's been a while since I've used Reason. I still used it when it was version 2.5, I believe. And after that, I just never used it anymore. It's a cool piece of software though. I just never like I just never liked the whole thing about like routing cables. Like that to me just never gelled well with me and my workflow. I would always get annoyed with it. Reactor was actually pretty interesting as well. Yeah, to me the whole like cable stuff within Reason never made much sense. Like your digital piece of software, the fucking reason that your digital makes it easier to do things, and why are you still holding on to that archaic way of like plugging and routing cables, right? Like that to me never made sense in a digital piece of software. I get it if you're trying to modulate sort of like or emulate like modular stuff, like for instance like VCV rack or Cardinal. Like I get it, but with something like a fully fledged doll, it always felt like so cumbersome to work with, because it's like there's so much easier ways to do this, right? In the digital world, there's no need for like. I think at some point like they did add like some things where you don't necessarily have to use it anymore, but still, it's like it's kind of stupid in a digital sort of like sense. But then there might be other people that think like, oh, I fucking love that about Reason, you know? virtual cables suck. Yeah. I mean, like with modular stuff, like I said, I do kind of understand. Actually, I haven't used that stuff in a while, but I still have the what was it called? I don't have VCV Rack, but I do have the other one, that free one called Cardinal. It can be fun to mess around with, but it's also such a fucking pain in the ass. Like, it's cool, but at the same time, it's like you're just spending so much time to set something up like this thing. And don't get me wrong, like, it is definitely cool to mess about with, but can be fun to mess around with stuff like this. But then most of the time I'm like, I'll spend like fucking hours on one patch and I'll be like, oh, this sounds pretty cool. But then I'll look at the clock and I'm like, fuck, I've wasted like 5 hours of my time when I made one single sound. For sound design purposes, it can be fun though. Like, don't get me wrong, that it can be fun for that. Anyways, I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I'll see you all again next week. Maybe I'll have a little bit more of the tune done then, so we can work on it. Thanks for being here. I'll go and probably play some skate or something, and then call it a night. So if you, I don't know if anybody of you does play the new skate game. It's still I'm still not happy with the game, but hey, it's a good way to spend some time. If you do play it though, you can always add me. Just search artifacts 01, and that's my username, so you should be able to find me there. We've been trying to lately. We've been pushing the game engine to like the point of breaking. It's sometimes pretty fun. Like trying to get as many people in the server as the server allows. And when we got to the point where the entire server slowed down to a crawl because we had like 150 people all crowded in one spot on the map, all putting down like ramps and shit, and it was absolutely nuts. And at some point my game just crashed. It just said like, yo, what the fuck are you guys doing? Let's see. I think I have a screenshot still from what we were doing. Let's see. We gathered like so many people in one spot, and then we were just seeing what happened if we just started dropping objects in the game. Where's that screenshot? It was actually hilarious. Oh yeah. Fuck, I clicked the wrong button. What did I do? Microsoft Designer? Fuck off. I don't need you. Yeah, so we we build a fucking staircase of couches up to massive height, and then my game crashed. Yeah, it's on Steam. It's just it's the new skate game by EA. A lot of people are hating on it, but I feel like over time things are getting better. Like people are just just, you know, people are just like upset that it's not the same as Skate 1, 2, and 3. And so I guess that's the only main reason. A lot of people that are hating on the game are like the old Skate players, and I used to play those games as well a lot. And they definitely looked more gritty and stuff like that. But there's people out there hating on this new Skate game because it's kind of like taking the whole Fortnite model, right? Where it's like a free-to-play game with a cosmetic store, and that's basically it, you know. But still, like the skating itself is absolutely phenomenal. Or phenomenal. It's like really good. It feels really solid. And the game is currently in early access, so they're just developing it still. But yeah, we've been just messing about, just trying to do some weird ass fucking shit. And so yeah, we built a huge fucking staircase. And the game was absolutely running like an absolute snail's pace at some point for me. And then, yeah, like I said, it just crashed. But it was quite fun. I believe in the recent version that I used, you wouldn't be able to put audio on an audio track exactly. You had to put it in like the sampler thing and then work with it that way. Fuck, I forgot that name. Yeah, you're bringing back memories. And an XD sampler. Holy fucking shit! Please get out of here with that name. I have nightmares thinking back to that one. Yeah. So yeah, just if you wanna come join me someday, just add Artifact 01 and you'll see when I'm online in that game. And maybe you can join building a fucking staircase to heaven. It was actually quite hilarious. You would be like on the other side of the map, and you look at the horizon, and you just see this huge towering thing just start growing higher and higher, and it's like, what the fuck is happening over there? But then again, there weren't any other players in the map. I think maybe one or two that were just somewhere in the other side of the map, and everyone else was just in one place. Like, yes, but we actually had some pretty cool meetups lately as well. Like yesterday evening, I was on the game and I just start skating in one spot, and at this point, so many people have added me that they know when I'm online that they just start joining me. Basically, they just start joining my server, and I started skating in one spot, and within like 10 minutes, there were like 50 people, all just hanging out in the same place. So it was kind of cool. It's just that the game lacks so much compared to like the old skate games. There's no story or anything. Like, not saying that the old skate games were that phenomenal when it came to the storyline. Like, some people hating on the new game are like, there's a couple of things I see a lot of people say. It's like, one, the graphics. Well, it's not like the old skate games were that crazy in terms of graphics. Maybe for the time, but if you compare it to, you know, graphics of now, it's like absolutely, it looks horrible. um, the skating was the best part, right? And I guess the other thing is like the whole cosmetics thing. Some people are hating on that, but you know, times have changed, right? I can see why a company would move that way, and I'm already glad that they've just made, you know, like cosmetic pieces, um, sort of like purchasable with like in-game currency or with my like microtransactions. I'm already glad that they've just kept it to cosmetic pieces because you know they don't really change anything to the gameplay. Think about what they could have done, you know. They could have said like, "Hey, if you want to get a new pack of tricks, new trick DLC, you have to pay it with money." That would be so fucking shitty. But no, it's like it's just like, oh, if you want to have a nice little like a different piece of clothing, you might have to buy it. Like, so fucking what? I did play it on stream, yeah, a couple of months ago. But that was when it was just released, so things have already changed a little bit. There's sort of like it has like a similar, like I said, it has a really similar business model to Fortnite, which I've never played, but it's basically the Fortnite sort of like business model, but then implemented into a skateboarding game. So they'll have like a battle pass, which they call the skate pass, and then there's like seasons, and then every season they'll roll out like new things and updates. And like I said, it's still like an early access game, but I believe, if I'm correct, like I don't know because I've never played it, but I believe Fortnite did the same thing as well. They had like an early access period with like of like a year, maybe even more than a year. And during that, they were sort of like tweaking a lot of things. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, you know? But yeah, there's so many people hating on it as well for like, oh, it's not Skate 3, it's not Skate 2. No, it's not. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna sign off. Thanks for being here. Join the Discord. You might see some more funny screenshots if I do manage to do some weird shit again in the game. The game with the ice cream bus to ride? I mean, you can grind on like an ice cream truck, I guess. Yeah. I just hope that they actually that they keep developing it in the way that the community wants. You know, there's a lot of people. At least when you look online, it might seem that there's nobody out there that is liking the game, but that is not true. It's just like there's a lot of people being really loud, and you know it is the whole fucking gaming industry, right? The whole gaming industry is toxic as fuck these days. Not that it wasn't that way back in the day, but nowadays I feel like nowadays it's absolutely, well, it's way worse than it used to be. Probably because of the whole social media thing. You know, everybody has an opinion, and everybody is hating on it. You know, but then there's like so many people as well that just have a lot of fun with it, with that game right now, even though it's not finished, even though it's still, you know, has a ton of issues and bugs and all that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of people having fun with it, and I do think that they fumbled the launch though. Like they kind of, I don't know, maybe they should have thought about it differently. Because they had such a big momentum when they first launched it. With like, I don't know, in the first week there were like 300,000 people playing, something like that. And now it's like, what, 3,000? So it's, they kind of messed up in that sense. But it's already, thinking about that is already crazy. Like 300,000 people for a skateboarding game is absolutely fucking nuts. Like, there's a couple of other skateboarding games out there that are sort of like seen as the competitors. And the most popular one of that one is getting like, what, 200 daily players, which is like tiny, you know, that is like compared to a lot of games, that's absolutely nothing. So 3,000 is already a lot better, but still, skateboarding is such a tiny niche, right? So like when they launched it first, there was a lot of hype for it, and they had like 300,000 people, but they launched it in a state where there were just so many bugs and so many issues with it that I feel like a lot of those people have kind of just locked off now and just been like, okay, fuck this, I'm uninstalling. So, and now a lot of those people are hating on like there's the official Reddit for it, and it's like I don't even go on there anymore because like everybody on there is just hating. And then when you look at the profiles of these people, it's like, dude, they're just literally sitting there just every day just hating on the game. Like, don't these people don't have anything better to do, you know? I'm like, what the fuck? You can literally see their post history, and it's like, oh my god, these people are just They're just sitting there every day, and every time one person comes in that actually has fun and is like, yo, I did a cool trick, or yo, I made some cool screenshots, everyone will start hating on that person for having fun. And I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is this sad state of a subreddit, you know? I don't even look at it anymore. And I'm also like comparing to when it first came out and now, I've already seen quite a bit of improvements. Sure, it's not there yet, but hey, the improvements are there, and I can definitely see this sort of like growing better and better over time. AI won't replace D&B producers. I mean, I've kind of stopped thinking about AI, to be quite honest. Like, the whole discussion always seems to be about like, oh, AI is going to replace this or AI is going to replace that. But think about it. Just think about it. Does it really matter? Like, I've been actually thinking about this quite a bit actually in last couple of months, and I've come to the realization that to me it doesn't really matter. Like, sure, it would be better if generative AI wasn't a thing. Like, there's definitely an argument to be made for like the whole, you know, huge influx of AI music flooding places like Spotify and shit, taking away revenue of the people that, are genuine human beings. But then again, like, is any of you making a shit ton of money from Spotify anyway? So, like, what does it matter? Like, are they gonna take away those couple of cents that you might have earned from your music? So be it, But no, I've thought about this, like, the whole thing with generative AI. Like, it is maybe not the greatest situation, but at the same time, I don't make music or any piece of art for that matter for the end product. Like, it's not necessarily the end product that matters the most. Sure, it's nice if you end up with something that you can show to people or whatever, but the process is why I actually do it. And AI will never take that away, I will always be able to have fun making music or picking up a pencil and drawing, And that process itself is not something that AI will ever take away. So, why would I care about it? Right? Think about it. Like, why did you ever start making art or be creative? It's because you probably are a creative person that has creativity that is pent up and you need to express yourself in some kind of way. And thus the process is the thing that matters most. And AI is not going to replace that process. Sure, it might flood everything with like shitty slop content, But I also think the more that happens, the more there will be a place for, people to want to consume something that is made by another person. And I think that will only grow, especially with how much AI content is now flooding places as well, like YouTube and like so many places are now being flooded by AI content. Even like written articles and shit on like websites. Like a lot of it is AI generated these days. And then it always feels great if you just have find somebody who is actually just interested in writing stuff himself. And yeah, like as a human, I feel a lot more interested in somebody doing that than, like if I find like some guy who made a really long video essay about some kind of a topic, I'll be much more inclined to watch that than somebody who is creating a YouTube channel with AI generated videos that are uploaded with an AI voiceover and shit like that. Like, so yeah. And for me, it's mostly just a process, I definitely messed around a little bit with generative AI when it first started coming out. but I also quickly realized that it's not giving me the same sense of fulfillment as actually doing something creative does. Because AI, I'm sorry, but it's not being creative. You're just telling it to do something, and that's basically it. You're just giving a computer algorithm some instructions and hoping that it creates the thing that you want it to create. That does not even come close to the amount of fulfillment or yeah, I guess fulfillment is the right word, that you get when you actually make something, you know? When you actually sit down with a pencil and draw something, or you pick up a camera and go outside and shoot some photos yourself. Or when you pick up a doll and write some music. Like, the feeling that you get from that is so much more fulfilling than typing in a prompt into some kind of a large language model and having it generate something based on the text that you feed it, you know? So yeah. And within that whole process, I kind of learned to not really care too much. Like, when AI was first getting around, I was kind of pretty consumed with it, actually, with everything and what it would mean and everything like that, what it would change and how things would change. And now I'm just like, why the fuck do I even care? Like, it's out there, it's not gonna go away. And I would rather just spend my time being creative than worrying about what AI is gonna do. And like I said, the process is not gonna be taken away by it. And I'm also not saying that anybody should not use it. Like, if you find a use for it, and do it, do whatever the fuck you want. I really don't care. But to me, like, it also, there's of course, like somebody is saying right now, like, if I just have it generate some pieces of vocal, yeah, sure, you know, in the end result is what matters most to a lot of people. And if it sounds good, it sounds good. But still, like, that's still quite far away from, generating a full piece of music, or generating a full image and just being like, hey, look at the image that I created. You didn't create jack shit. You just fed it some text and hope it gave you some good results. That's what you did. But hey, who knows? We'll see where things go in the future, though. Like, don't get me wrong. There's actually talks going on right now about generative AI in the EU. Mostly because of the fact that it can also be used for, nefarious purposes. Like people using AI to create like sexually tinted images of other people, and maybe even of people that you shouldn't even want to think about in that kind of setting. And the EU is definitely trying to think about what it can do in regards to that, and there might end up being like a regulation on it, which I think would in some way be a good thing. Don't get me wrong. But then again, I also think regulation is always going to be too slow. With the way how quick stuff like AI and tech in general develops these days. Like, regulation is always going to take so much time to get together and to figure out, that by the time the regulation is written, the thing it's supposed to regulate has already evolved again so much that probably the regulation is already outdated by the time it's implemented. So yeah. World is in a weird place right now. Let's just keep it at that. But why would I care? You know? Anyways, signing off for real. Thanks. I'll be back next week. Join the Discord. I'll put the link in the chat. Also, if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. Oh, my cap lock is turned on. I dropped the pack with rises today. So that one is up on Patreon right now. So if you want to get that pack with 50 riser samples that you can just chuck in your tracks and use them. I guess you could use AI to generate riser samples, but hey, I've made 50 for you, so you can use those instead and support a human being. How's that for a plug? Thanks. I'll see you all in the next week. Peace.